Okay. Hey, sorry, I just saw your chat. Welcome, Joker Soldering School. Love the amount of flux. Yeah, I use Sorry, I gotta turn off my stream audio there. If you're still here, yeah. You mean like the amount of flux on the board, or just in my solder? Because I use rosin core solder. Nor my super shaky hands. Yeah, this is actually pretty clean. It's actually pretty clean. You should have seen the board when I put the connectors in. Um, it was absolutely caked, and so yeah, I probably didn't even get it off. It prob Imagine, I can't even imagine how you wouldn't be able to open your mouth. It'd be glued shut. At least with the flux that's in this stuff. Most of the flux that ends up being on my board is from my wick, um, and it's super sticky. This stuff, this is my desoldering braid. Oh, the board. The board is interesting. So this is actually an Arduino Uno I/O board that I'm repurposing because I don't have a better board to do this with. I'm repurposing it for, I'll show you here. Repurposing it for uh, to use as a breakout kind of for these connectors. Um, it's kind of a long story, but I'll try to give it to you the shortest way I can here. So what this is going to do, essentially the goal of this, right, is I have to do an interconnection between, um, I have a digital oscilloscope, Tektronix digital oscilloscope from the 90s, and I'm trying to be able to connect up to the factory service port on that oscilloscope, and it uses a crazy card edge connector like this one, um, a 20 pin dual sided card edge connector like you'd see on a very old PC motherboard, but just a lot shorter, this one. And I want to be able to connect to it over serial to do some low level changes to the oscilloscope's memory. And to do that, you have to do a couple things. Namely, you have to obviously break out the pins onto a ribbon cable that you can connect to something with, a normal 2.54 millimeter connector like this one. But the what's it called? Serial logic level connections on that this card edge service port that this is going to connect to aren't up to the level for like a regular serial connection like RS-232. They need what's called a dual UART or just any UART, but a dual UART is preferred for this instance to actually, combine the signals together and get them up to the correct logic level to pipe over a serial cable. And so this is actually a funny implementation for this, but this is actually the zoom out a little bit here for you. This is actually the hard copy I/O board from the oscilloscope. It's meant to output essentially screenshots from the oscilloscope's display over serial. This is a parallel Centronics printer port directly to a printer. And then this is a serial port, classic serial port, RS-232 obviously, um, for exporting either over a serial console to a computer or to a serial printer. And so it doesn't actually have bidirectional capability normally. It's actually only used for output as a hard copy port. But it actually has, to be able to do that, it has a dual UART on the board. and we're not going to focus on that very well, but there we go. So um, essentially, um, you can rewire the uh, what's it called? The cartridge service port over to the connector for the hard copy board, and end up using the dual UART on here to actually break out into RS-232 at the correct logic level and connect up to it, and give the oscilloscope commands over serial. And this cartridge service port is a direct debugging interface to the Motorola 6800 CPU or 68,000 CPU that's on the that runs the oscilloscope. So it's part of why it requires so much conversion. I usually use crimp connectors for flat cables. Hate soldering those or making adapters. No kidding. Really, what I would obviously prefer to do is get a purpose-built adapter board made for this purpose, and that has been done. Somebody has made the Gerber files for that. I just don't really want to spend the money on another batch of boards and wait, however long it's going to take for PCBWay to make those and ship them over to me. I have done that before. It just takes a while. Obviously, there's lead time and whatnot. And frankly, I don't have the money for any of the stuff I'm doing right now. So I'd prefer not to get a whole new batch of boards made, especially since both of my scopes come with the actual hard copy option that I can repurpose for this purpose. So yeah, I would prefer not to be doing it like this either. But um, since this is what I've got to work with, then yeah, these connectors are actually working really well. I bought just the ribbon cables, um, just 20 pin ribbon cables, just a set of them, and ended up just pulling the connectors off, one end and putting these connectors on. Um, it's seems to be working pretty well so far, but I have to wire up all these I/O to the each respective port. Yeah, thanks, no problem. Yeah, if you want to stick around, go ahead. If not, have a wonderful rest of your time watching the streams. For sure, let me know if you have any other questions or feedback or just want to chat while I'm doing this. I'll eventually see it. Sorry, I'm just getting over a head cold right now. And yeah, this soldering iron tip is definitely pretty fragile. I keep it pretty wet um, when I'm not using it for extended periods of time, but it's actually holding up really well for a no-name tip. I usually stick with Weller tips, but uh, they're really expensive, and they don't really sell them in kits, at least on Amazon, last time I checked. So I hate buying them individually. It's just a huge pain. Um, so I just got like a random set, in one of those machined holders like this, and they're actually working great. But I definitely do keep it pretty wet with solder or compound. But the actual working portion of it is pretty fresh. I've not tried that specific one. Obviously, this thing is gripped with hands right now, and it's got a giant plate on the bottom. I do have a mat. I do definitely have a mat. I typically just don't keep it underneath this thing. Um, because it's a lot bigger than this surface. But yeah, that's the only way I'm doing it with this thing. Oh, right on. Yeah, I've had this WP-30 for years at this point, and it honestly for being, I mean, 30 watts, like for a lot of lead-free, solder that comes on, assembled hardware from the factory, especially older hardware. 30 watts is obviously is oftentimes not enough to really get that stuff going. Um, in my personal experience, so it struggles a little bit at desoldering, um, you know, factory built stuff like that. If I really need to, I'll put some leaded solder onto the joints, and it helps the heat conduct on there. Oh, interesting. To fix to the table. Do you need like a metal table for that? Oh, gotcha. Oh yeah, ground planes are my arch nemesis. They suck it up like crazy. I have just some I think the name of it's Yihua, one of those Chinese names, but they're really popular on Amazon for the budget brands, but that's the rework station I have. I don't know. It works pretty good. I would love to have an Atom, 259D or whatever. Um, but this thing was not very much money. And for what it is, I mean, it works pretty well. It's got the default, oh, interesting. That would probably work pretty well, huh? That would probably do quite well. I'll have to try that with this sheet that makes up this assembly. I don't know if that would be big enough or too thick or whatnot, but interesting. I wonder, I wonder if that's what these are for. Because it comes with these, and I never understand like what exactly these bloody things are for. Um, like I guess for holding boards like really flat and like really stable. I don't understand what these things are though. I guess I should look at the product page and see exactly what these are for. Um, because I don't really get them, but they're magnetic on the bottom. Um, but they have these interesting, it's interesting construction. I don't know. I don't do like a crazy big ton of this stuff, but enough to be enough to be pretty good. Not screw stuff up the first time. Actually, just the other day, like, did my first pretty extensive board level repair, or what I would consider extensive. Yeah, that's what I thought too. And it's got like grooves, a groove of a kind of a circuit board size in it, and then also you can, obviously, yeah, you can pinch them like that. But to be honest, I've tried it. It doesn't really work that well. So I don't know. They're really weird. Um, I'm sure that they would work in many instances, especially if you had like if your board had, a through hole big enough to like stick that in there, stick it through there and then screw that on. Um, that's what I thought too. So I don't know. They don't seem to work very well in my testing. Um, but like I was saying, I replaced an M.2 connector on a laptop board the other day. First try, it actually went really well. I had a donor board with a good one, and was able to pull off the bad one, the busted one, without lifting any pads, and I was able to actually pull the donor connector without screwing it up either, and it went on really well. Um, Pretty much just this. Turn this bloody thing off so I can show it to you. Pretty much just this. I mean, this is like the Chinese, just kind of everybody um, actual gun nozzle thingy-mabobble. I don't really know what to call the armature for these things. The actual gun portion of it. Um, but I had to crank it. I had to put it to like 800 degrees or something crazy like that. And I had the whole like on the good board that I was swapping to. I had the whole yeah. That's as for all the budget ones. That's it's. I swear it's the exact same one. It's the exact same handle for every single one. Um, but I had to cover the entire like surrounding of the board with Kapton and like tinfoil, which I know isn't really ESD safe, but um, to try to not wipe all my components right off the board when I did that. Um, and I managed not to. I let it cool down before pulling the tape off and everything. Um, that board totally works. Um, had a lot of like very careful reflowing to do because I made a bunch of bridges when I put the connector on. But yeah, this thing's gonna be a beast when I if I get it put together. It should just work. This pinout's known to work. It should work with this model. Um, but I have to. I mean, this is a 26 pin connector on this hard copy board, and the service port's a 20, and I have to connect essentially every single pin. There's only one pin that doesn't get connected. Um, so thankfully, this board obviously like this is like I said an Arduino IO board, um, and so it has. There would normally be a breadboard on top of this, like on the other side of the board, and so underneath here there's some planes, obviously. So I initially had my connectors over here, but then I was like, ooh, I need all the help I can get on this. So I shifted them over to actually be able to use these planes right here, and then I can use these planes too. So this one that the blue is connected to right now is going to be my ground plane, and then I'll probably do a 5-volt plane right there. I don't really like um, just hooking power to like unprotected buses like that, but I have like 3 or 4 different connections to make to 5 volts, and I don't really want to have to do those point to point individually all the time. So I'll use it as 5 volts, and I'll just be careful with it and cover it up when I'm done wiring it up. So yeah, I wish I had like a proper station. What I would really love to have is like a desoldering pump, but I don't really have the money for it right at this moment. The thing I spend thing I actually splurge on that isn't too doesn't break the bank that is like really important for me is obviously good solder. Get the Weller solder or whoever makes your favorite solder. I usually just get Weller because it's easy to get on Amazon. Um, Obviously the classic mix and get the MG chemicals. I just had to buy more wick actually. I'm about to run out of it. Um, but I just get the pretty standard size MG. Black cable adapters by crimping nowadays. Need to do. There's a need to do twisted pair to super glue the cable back after splicing. So I guess what kind of crimp are you using for flat cables? Because I mean this is a crimp connector. This is I guess this would actually be these are actually IDC connectors. Um, so which is a type of crimp. It's a really funky crimp. Annual pumps cost like $1. Yeah, like this one. This one works great. It just gets clogged really quickly. See here. And yeah, I'm using blue for my ground connections. Black is I can't write Sharpie on black. Yeah, yeah. These I love IDC connectors. They're like really hard to make problematically. These ones were great. I'm honestly shocked that they like make these as readily available as they are. Um, yeah, they were pretty sweet. If what I really wish I had bought that would save me pretty much all of this trouble, or most of this trouble, would be um, sorry, there's no audio coming through my headphones, so it likes to shut off. What I should have gotten to do this um, would have been an IDC receptacle, because these are obviously through hole um, connectors, for putting into a board. Um, what I have what I should have gotten is receptacles that have IDC crimp connectors on them, because then I could have just splayed out the wires like I did on this one and just IDC crimped them into a new connector. And if I end up getting tired of this and this isn't working for me, I'll probably come up with something. Um, I was gonna do this on a breadboard, but I don't have a breadboard that will work with this connector spacing because they're too close together, the actual two rows of pins. So if I put them on a breadboard, it's gonna short the two rows together, and it's not gonna work. I would have loved to have done this on a breadboard, trust, but I only have the standard, spacing here, and these rows are too close together to do that. It fits, like these are 2.54 um, millimeter connectors, but not they don't fit very well in this one because this is a crappy breadboard. But yeah, I would have loved to have done that, but obviously the isolation gap in here is um, too thick. Yeah, that's what I would have done. Um, but yeah, if this ends up not working the way I want, I don't know, I'll think about it, I guess. Because I do have more of these regular 20 pin IDCs that I can put back together. Oh, no kidding. You can find anything on there. I don't know. If I get really tired of this, I'll wire up one of these in the correct order, crimp it, and then it'll like simplify my job on the actual soldering side. Um, because if I get them into the like almost the correct order, obviously it won't be correct because this is a 26 pin and this is a 20 pin, and I don't have any 26 pins of the actual um, plug. So I don't know. We'll see how this does, and if I get really tired of it, then I will. I'll figure out something else. But for now, I'm just gonna keep torturing myself putting this bloody thing together. See if I can find my wick. I don't know what I did with my wick because I need to open these vias real quick so I can put that bloody bridge in there. Oh, what did I do with it? You'd think it'd be. Yeah. I mean, you know, if if I keep ending up making them like these, then it'll look all right, but it's probably not going to go that well. So, um, yeah, as long as it gets the job done, I will obviously be very thoroughly um, testing this before plugging it in to Serial because even though it's through a dual UART, which does provide some protection, um, well, actually, sorry, I misspoke. This will not be behind the dual UART. This wiring job is going to hook directly up to the address lines, etc., of the Motorola 68,000. And so I really don't want to screw that up because that would be bad. I mean, best case scenario, if I screw something up, I just pull a line, you know, I just pull a line negative and it just doesn't boot. You know, worst case, I put 5 volts on the bloody, address or data lines or something and blow up the main processor, which I would really, really like to not do. That would be really, really unfortunate. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of continuity getting tested when this thing is done. It's going to be a lot. I've got these lovely super duper stab view with the probes accidentally probes for this kind of thing. So, is it underneath? I swear. Right? No kidding. Yeah, they couldn't really make it any easier to blow up your stuff, could they? I swear. Every time I watch a Lewis Rossman video, I just am blown away, absolutely mind-boggled by how easy they make it to just blow up your stuff. Oh, it's hiding all the way down here. Yeah, that gets me every time. That gets me every time when I see that. I'm like, come on, man. I don't even have. I can't even like design circuits, and I know that that's a big no-no. It's a big no-no. Obviously, mine, like I said, I'm not really pleased about it, but mine, yeah, I definitely did. My rails are going to be right next to each other, but, they're not SMD rails that are, zero point 0.1 millimeters next to each other. So, and I'm actually going to be careful about it instead of just slamming it on there and calling it good. God forbid a piece of dust gets in between those two and, you know, overcomes the dielectric because it's 48 freaking volts for a backlight or, Thunderbolt or US, something crazy like that. Yeah, USB charging. Yeah, I love Lewis Rossman. He's super cool. So you said you use irons at work. What do you do? Long story, huh? Oh, right on. Just a all around guy, huh? I like those rolls. Those rolls are fun. Yeah, that's the war we're all fighting, huh? Probably pays pretty well, I would assume. Oh, come on. These stupid rails just suck up all my wick. Why am I even wicking this? I can just pull it out with the gun. Oh, I mostly do IT, just regular old um all sorts of stuff IT. I do enterprise networking, you know, servers, desktops, the works. But in also did low voltage. And my first quarter in school was all electrical theory and pretty much the works, man. Ohm's law, bloody Thevenizing. Did wireless theory. Um, built a ton of circuits, mostly breadboard, but did a pretty fair amount of soldering. Wasn't my first time soldering, but it was my first time really, really huffing the flux. And yeah, I wish I could do more of this on like a daily basis for work, but frankly, I'm not really versed enough with the math side of it. I don't really like math very much. Yeah, I would wick it, but I'm like literally about to run out of it, so I'm just gonna pump as much of it as I can. Oh, come on. Oh, I missed it. There we go. Success. Oh, that's a good idea. I didn't think about that. I don't think I have any cans on me right now, or else I would try that. Sounds actually like a pretty good idea. But of course, my unpreparedness always has to make me do it the hard way. Okay, let me think here. 25, 23, 19. Wait, 25, 23, 21, 19. Here. Oh, don't tell me this is too close. The connector body's in the way on the other side. Brute force. Yeah, unfortunately, that's usually how I end up doing it. Hmm. Well, I'll end up cutting this shorter anyways, so might as well just do it now. Use my absolutely beat to crap snips over here, wherever they are hiding from me. 3D printer, I wish. My dad has two. Never much of a 3D printing guy. Mainly because I would be pressured by myself to make my own models, and I don't really model very well. The trial and error and the whatnot. I'm sure I'll have one eventually. It's just never really been my thing. Oh, that'll do. Maybe I'll have him print me some. He's actually, he probably won't end up printing. I'll probably mold it with resin, but there's this like, it's hard to explain, but there's a, behind the control knobs on one of my scopes, there's like a white piece that interfaces between the keyed shaft of the rotary knob and the actual um, knob face to keep it on. And I lost one of them when I took apart my front panel. Excuse me. And haven't been able to find it, so I'm having to make me a new one with one of the ones that I have. We're gonna solder too. Oh, wow. I wish I had 3D printers in my office's e-waste. That would be crazy. Only thing I ever got out of e-waste were computers and servers and monitors. I mean, good stuff nonetheless. So, can't really complain, but no 3D printers. Oh, good to know. For FreeCAD. I actually never tried FreeCAD. I hear a lot of good things about FreeCAD. I always use like the Fusion trials and the education versions and stuff. Used to do a lot of SketchUp back in the day. Oh, I still need to bridge that. Boy, it's bloody impossible to get a bridge when you want it, huh? There you go. It's a little thicker than I would have liked, but we can. Oh, come on now! Don't all go over to the freaking bus. Oh, come on! I'm not gonna screw with it. Right on. Yeah, no kidding. Interesting. Interesting. Good to know. I have to give it a shot sometime. I always like my free, free and preferably open source software. I don't know if FreeCAD's open source or not, but I assume it is. Sounds like the kind of thing that would be. Yeah, I was a big SketchUp head back in the day. The online version actually works really well for what it is, basic stuff. Alright, those are my grounds. I actually need to link those grounds together too. Do a little basic something or other here. Mango jelly. Right on. Good to know. I'll have to check it out. Sounds like something I would benefit from. Oh, come on. There we go. Oh, you know what? Not supposed to solder that in yet. I'm supposed to do my markings first for how to twist this. Now I'm gonna have to pump that port. I think there's one around here. I think there is. Um, I'd have to check, but I'm pretty sure there's at least one near me. Live in a relatively populous area, so I'm like almost confident that there is. To be honest, this level of care in my wiring is kind of overkill for this prototype, but I know it's gonna just devolve from here. So as soon as as soon as stuff starts not working out, it's gonna get messy. So might as well start it pretty so my bar is high. frankly, that's a great question. I really don't know. I don't think I've looked. But if there was one specifically designed for that, that was accessible, um, then that would probably work pretty well. At least, yeah, especially if it's just for homebrew type stuff, not for commercial builds, because there's a lot of like stuff that they gotta worry about as far as their tolerances and clearances and whatnot. But honestly, I don't think that would be that hard for a language model to figure out. It's really just kind of point A to point B, don't cross things kind of stuff. You you just built a PC to do AI, huh? Oh, that's rough. Copilot is not my favorite. Right on. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Well, that's convenient. Very cool. I'm not going to speak too soon here. I'm not going to say anything about how this is going. But all I will say is that that's very convenient placing of my stuff to connect up to this power rail. Very convenient. That's probably even a little too daring to say, but I'll take my chances. I find it has trouble bridging over like a ton of pins without some help. So I'm looking for another excuse me, breadboard clip to bridge it with, but I can't find one, so I'm just gonna make one. That's why I have a bunch of excuse me, a bunch of 22 gauge. Yeah, I have like a whole box of them here. I've got a whole bin. I have a whole like prototyping board, like a bunch of them stuck together. Um, and I've got the whole. They're not sorted right now, all mixed up, but got the whole box, all the different sizes. I really shouldn't be using them for this. Oh, that's gonna be too wide, isn't it? Yeah, it's gonna be too wide. Really shouldn't be using them for this because they're pre-bent like that for a reason. So I should really be just making my own. That'll do. Let's cut it shorter. Excuse me. to lose this tiny little thing here. There we go. Well, I really shouldn't be using them for this at all because they're for breadboard stuff. They're not meant to be soldered. I mean, like, obviously there's no difference. But they're all pre-bent into the sizes for a reason. I don't want to mess those up. So if I was going to use a ton of, yeah, I'm gonna make as many of these. Like these wires are all custom cut lengths. I used a couple 1-pin, 2-pin clips from the breadboard, but obviously I can't find them anyway, so I gotta make my own. Um, so I should really be custom cutting every single one, so I don't waste my breadboard wires. Oh, that's not wide enough. You're kidding. Whatever. Smash it in there. And yeah, frankly, oh come on, been doing. Frankly, um, yeah, it's this is really overkill. But like I said, I know this is gonna. Oh, there's one. I know this is gonna devolve. Um, so just trying to buy myself some time before it does. 1, 2, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. That is a 5 volt. Yeah, it really doesn't need to be this clean, but I'm just starting it out that way because I'm gonna make concessions as this goes on. And as far as cleanliness, I just want to start it decent. And you're absolutely right. I don't need to impedance match a damn thing. As I'm sure you're aware, RS-232, I'm pretty sure could run over a string between two soup cans and probably be just fine. Um, and this is really not super different. It's just low level. I mean, it's TTL serial. It's not UART serial. Oh yeah, that's probably nice. I do have some silicone coated, but it's braided. Not braided, stranded. Um, I don't have like every bloody type of wire known to man, so all of my um, silicone stuff is stranded wire. This is my lovely silicone. This stuff, I don't know what the temperature is on this stuff. I think it melts eventually, but I think it's pretty resistant. Yeah, this stuff's like, I mean, this iron's like kind of making a dent in it, but like not really. It's mostly just wiping off the writing. Um, and frankly, I mean, wouldn't be opposed to using this stuff except for the fact that it's stranded. It would make my job even more difficult than it needs to be. So I am using PVC for this. Oh yeah, not even remotely close. I mean, like I said, that 30-watt iron is barely touching that silicone stuff. And this PVC, I mean, it's PVC, as I'm sure you're aware. It's pretty easy. Oh, 10, 20, and 24. Let's see. That's 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. So convenient. I really should shut my mouth before it stops being convenient. Oh, good grief. Hmm. See if I can bend this using something else. because the pitch on these pliers is just not quite tight enough to bend this to quite the right angle here. Yes, it does. It does all of those things. Absolutely does. Oh, I guess I could use this. Although I don't think this is a whole lot different pitch than my pliers. Pliers are actually a tighter pitch. Let's try it one more time here. Oh, bloody hell. Oh, that might do it. Yeah, that'll work. Just had to finesse it a little bit. This is going to be too long. 12, 14, 16, wait, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. That'll do. Squish it in there. Screw it, it'll work. Teflon coated silver coated copper for a project. Solder joints, solder creeps very, very well inside the insulation. Oh, yeah. Excuse me. That I do not doubt. Um, Boy, I can't even imagine. Yeah, the work stress on that would be insane. Good grief. I wonder if solder creeps up silver coated even better than tinned. Because that sounds like a nightmare. Yeah, I'm very, very wary of this good copper stuff. Because I know for a fact it is not going to last that many bends. This isn't like super, super crazy wire. It's good wire, but it's some random brand from Amazon. It's just good wire. Ah, oh, most expensive wire and the worst. I can't even imagine. Yeah, silver cut. Yeah, tinned with silver. That's ridiculous. Um, I'm sure there's a need for that somewhere, but good grief. I'm sure the jacket, the silicone, a Teflon. Yeah, that probably didn't help. That sounds awful. That sounds problematic. Oh, good grief. 24 and 26. This is like 10 millimeters, and the assembly instructions require 90-degree bend. Oh man. Yeah, I was mainly just thinking because PVC doesn't like prevent work stress, but um, takes a little more of a think before you bend it. But if it was silicone coated, I mean that stuff will just bend in the breeze. Frankly, haven't. I don't think I've worked with Teflon Teflon insulation in a minute. Don't see a lot of that stuff. Love me some Teflon though. Except for the fact that it gives you cancer. Or supposedly, maybe, possibly gives you cancer. I just replaced my pans with some ceramic coated ones because mine was like the Teflon was like literally flaking off of my frying pan. So no way that was good for me. Oh, that's good. Can't imagine it would. It's like impossible to break. So that, except with flux and solder. Interesting. This is almost. It's only 5 volts, obviously, so not nearly as bad. This is almost a 48 volt backlight circuit moment because this right here with the blue connected to it is ground, and the pin right next to it right here is 5 volts. So this one's 5 volts, this one's 5 volts, this one's ground, and this one has to be 5 volts. So yeah, gonna have to do some continuity on that one. Right, gotcha. Let's take a see. Okay, that's good. Okay. Get over there. There we go. You know, for bends this short, I almost wish I had a bending jig. Because these are a pain. They're a huge pain. Good grief. That should do. I think I work stressed it a little bit, work hardened it a little bit, but that'll do. not do that. I have to use my dual snips. Okay. There, there. Sweet. That's barely gonna stay in the board when I solder it. But I think it'll do. Let's get this thing to scooch here. Zoom. See how we zoom all the way in here. We go past. Oh, come on, kick in already. This phone has a dedicated telephoto lens that doesn't like to activate. Oh, and it doesn't like to work at that close of a range either. Oh, well, anyways. Oh. High precision stainless steel tweezers from AliExpress. Best you use under $50. Right on. There's some really good stuff on AliExpress, to be honest. Not all of it's bad. You just have to know, like, kind of what to look for. And obviously, it's AliExpress. They can kind of shyster you a little bit, no matter what you see. Oh, good grief, melting the crap out of it. No matter what you see on the listing, but typically there's some signs you can rely on. What I really want is a decent pair of snips, flush cutters. I want some Knipex flush cutters. I want like 5 different pairs of Knipex cutters. But if you think I'm spending that much on some flush cutters right now, you're mistaken. Got some ESD ones. Yeah, these aren't really made for this. These are actually iFixit ESD safe, just random ones. I have some precision ones in here around here somewhere. The ones I should be using for this, I actually have a ceramic set of both normal and reverse tweezers of different angles. Um, the ones that there's the normal ones like like this one, and then there's the ones that are spring loaded the other way around. That's what I should be using, but I'm not because I can't find them right now. This is probably gonna look really, yeah, ESD. I I maybe they are. I don't know. Maybe it's because the handles are coated. You know, I still don't really understand how they make like stuff like ESD safe. Like I get the general premise is to, protect it from electrostatic discharge from you. So I assume it just has some level of insulation, between you and the actual end of the tool. Hate the reverse. The reverse is good in like very specific scenarios, and also I have like a weird, uh, I don't know, like psychological problem where I like forget how. Maybe it's the same for everybody, but I forget how hard I'm actually squeezing something, and I'll end up dropping it, like essentially every single time. So if I'm picking up like SMD components and stuff, um, I will I will essentially drop them like 100% of the time, unless I'm using reverse. Um, Sorry, I gotta scoot this out of the way. Just because I don't know, I'm weird like that. I don't know if that's. It's kind of like the same thing as like if you're at the dentist and like you have to move your tongue out of the way. Um, like I'll unless my tongue is like moving, like I can't feel where it is. Like I forget where it is. I have to like actively make it go in the direction that I want. It's kind of hard to explain, but it's the same thing with my fingers. Like I will, especially with something that like I'm not gripping very hard, I will drop it essentially 100% of the time. That's kind of what I figured. Yeah, just a controlled level of resistance between you and the thingy. Oh, I have some. I have some chip quick. Um, but frankly, I mean, I guess I could use some chip quick on this stuff. I don't know. It's mostly my issue is mostly just getting the actual tip like way deep in there, especially because I have like three different lights in my phone, actually, in my way. Um, it's typically my heat conduction issues are not really a flux thing, but that would actually help. You're right. I just don't use it unless I absolutely have to, because it's so gross and messy. But I've got a whole tube of chip quick. Yeah, no kidding. That's usually what I do. I usually use contact cleaner first for the really crusty stuff. Um, but they're kind of the same thing. Like I don't know, some stuff like doesn't react well to isopropyl alcohol for me. It's really weird. If I want to get it really clean, I usually use contact cleaner and then I use isopropyl alcohol. Seems kind of overkill, but I don't know. It just seems to work the best. I have an old electric toothbrush too that I used to scrub the board. Not ESD safe in the slightest, but there's actually no active components on this board, so yeah, no kidding. Rossman and his bloody Amtex and just his Amtech and just squeezing it all over the freaking board. If I was doing S&D with hot air rework like he is, I would be using just as much flux as he is. Because that's just I kind of expect that from SMD. That's just what you get when you do SMD, frankly. 26 and 19. Well, I think I got all my ground and power for my 26 side. Now I should do it for my 20 side. So A8. The guy that did this didn't really number these the same way that they're numbered. Um, because I think the reason he did it is because it's a card edge, and there's a top and a bottom, in the actual unit. And so the A side is the top side and the B side is the bottom side, which is fine. I put, you know, non-ESD safe Scotch tape on the board to remind myself the orientation. Yeah, it does. It really does work great. I just hate using it because it's so gross. It gets everywhere, and then I have to clean it off. And yeah, I should. I should. If I keep having issues with it, I'll probably squeeze some of it on there. I've got all sorts of random stuff here. I got some solder paste, got some chip quick, got a ton of Kapton. This isn't real Kapton, obviously. This isn't like 3M Kapton, but it's great. Works great. Works just as good as 3M Kapton. It's not three times the price. Like 3M Kapton. Does it people even buy 3M Kapton? Because like that stuff is so expensive. That just seems like one of those things, man. A8. A8 is ground. Perfect. $1 Kapton's the best, right on. That's kind of what I'm noticing. This is like the first stuff I saw on Amazon. Not like the first thing. I'm a savvy Amazon shopper, but it was a four roll box with all the different good sizes. About two boxes. I don't know why. The one box is gonna last me a lifetime. Um, it's great. It's super sticky. It seems to be just as good as the real stuff. So yeah, that's kind of what I figured. It doesn't say like it doesn't have like a Kapton knockoff anagram on the box. But I wish I had a new roll to show you. But the actual like starter peel had some Kapton like knockoff name. Like it was so like it was such a corny name. I wish I knew what it was, but it was really corny. Um, it was. I wish I could find exactly what it was. It was so funny. Um, I thought it was hilarious that they even like went through the lengths of putting that on there. Like I know it's not Kapton, but like that was hilarious. They buy the official stuff at work. Well, yeah, you know, commercial environment, liability and stuff. That's an expense I could justify. That's definitely something I could justify at work. But like in any other scenario, I swear it's literally like a 3x markup just for the real stuff. Excuse me. Oh, good grief. Come out of there. Bro's falling down the well. How does this even happen? Come out of there. Oh, and then you fly off into the stratosphere, why don't you? You freaking. Oh my god. Get in there. Oh my goodness. Don't make me get the. Excuse me. Don't make me get the little teensy tweezers out. Doesn't help my bloody hands. That's what too much coffee does to you. Oh my. Put the freaking iron down. Do it with my right hand. Too much coffee. Too late in the day. Uh, yeah. I think today on the stream. I almost never stream. I'm shocked you even found this bloody stream. I was bored and I figured, oh, you know what? Pretend like I have some company. I had to switch the category. I had an education at first and that wasn't working out, so I put it in technology. That worked out, obviously. This thing is gonna be the end of me, dude. I'm unbending you, sir. I'm literally just gonna unbend you. Pull you out that way. Yeah, fall. There you go. Fall through the other side. Unbelievable. Right on. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, you never know what's gonna come up in the feed. It's either this or Twitch. I don't really like Twitch very much, so figured I'd just pop it on and see what happens. This is not something you see all the time on YouTube Live or whatever. So I think I don't really, excuse me, don't really ever look for live streams in particular, but I've only ever seen like one other, like I know they happen, but in the wild, just without looking for it, only ever seen one other like person doing like a soldering stream. It was interesting, but I figured I'd just knock myself out. 'Cause I know how to do it. I've done it in the past. I've had this channel since I was a wee lad. Since I was a wee lad. I don't know if you have a. You seem like the type of guy that would have an Android device, being the technically inclined, but you never know these days, so maybe you have an iPhone. I don't know if they have this function, but on the latest versions of Android, I think 14 and above, they've got this USB webcam function. It's so sick. It's so sick. This is like the best camera, I could ever have. Ignore my bloody nails. Oh yeah, Northbridge fix. Yeah, he does tons of GPU reballings and swaps, and yeah, he's kind of like a Rossman, for like other like more random stuff and like more in depth. Not necessarily more in depth, but like he does a lot of GPUs. Northbridge. Yeah, he's big time. I wish I could do it for a living like him. I really wouldn't mind that at all. I like doing this stuff. Obviously, I've got a lot of equipment for it. I've got 3 oscilloscopes, so that I really don't have the money for, but they're all used vintage whatnots. So just got a new one the other day. Moved to Texas and go to Rossman Academy. Man, I don't think I'd really mind that. Texas is not like the last place I'd want to live. For sure. The heat, I don't know if I'd ever be able to really get used to. Mostly the humidity. I could do the heat, but not the humidity. But I can't say I haven't considered it. Data recovery, yeah, man. That would be that'd be pretty fire. It's not entirely outside of my ballpark, so with some practice, yeah. I should really try it sometime. When I have the money for the hardware, for the chip readers and stuff, um, the little spider thingies or whatnot. I'll have to try it on some old flash drive or some SD card, because I mean, it's really not that hard. Like it's hard, but like for me, it's really not that hard. Like I get it. I can pull it off. Maybe not with these shaky mitts, but I could do it. Take me some practice. I mean, for Christ's sakes, I transplanted an M.2 connector. I know that's like not the end all be all like craziest thing you could ever do, but those things are fragile. I think I've seen that, but I think I've seen that guy stream before. I definitely have seen somebody doing data recovery on YouTube. Get that one connected. Oh, B6 is my 5 volt. B6. B buddy 6. 9876. Huh. This probably isn't like the greatest idea ever, but I don't think that I have any other ground connections to make on this side. So I think I might make this a 5 volt. What state do I live in? I live in Washington State. The wonderful evergreen state. I live on the eastern side, though, so it doesn't rain half of the year and it actually gets hot. So, and right now I am not in here freezing my butt off, but outside it's like 35 or something. Something decently horrific like that. My mother is from the Lone Star State way back in the day, a long time ago. So I've been there. I do know what I would be getting myself into. Know it all too well. But if it gets me away from these gas prices, man. We've got the second highest gas price on average behind California, which is horrific. Alaska, gold mining in Alaska? No kidding. Who wouldn't? I'd freeze my ass off for some gold. Or work on some oil refinery up there. Had an instructor in school that used to do communications on a oil rig, oil refinery in Alaska. He was an interesting guy. Yeah, no kidding. It's an interesting place. Got some crazy stories. This is still not gonna chance it. I'm still not gonna say this is going a particular way. Because I haven't even done data lines yet, just power, so I'm gonna maintain my composure here and not jinx anything. That's everything. That's ground and power. I just have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 other lines to do that are not ground or power. All clock and address and interrupt and data and all the horrific stuff like that. In tons of random arbitrary locations. Ha, yeah. Unfortunately, I can't afford to let that be my indicator on this thing because I've only got one of these per scope, and I'd really prefer not to replace it. I could purpose build an adapter interface for this. I would just need to find a replacement for this. This is a 68,000 series dual UART. They don't, they do make these, but they're harder and harder to find. Yeah, exactly. There's not gonna be smoke coming out. It's just gonna break this and maybe something else on this board. Hopefully, it breaks not the 68K UART, but I'd really prefer not to do that, considering this is the OEM part for this scope. I'd really like to not do that. Maybe one of these days, so I don't have to use this horrific thing, I'll build a proper one. Some guys already designed out a USB conversion for this using a different dual UART, but I think made the forum post on it in 2021, and they actually discontinued the dual UART he was using in 2024. So just like slightly too late to do that with that one. So I'd have to find a replacement dual UART that's pin compatible with the one he did. Um, so that's why I'm doing this, because yeah, that that's I mean, not like a lot of work compared to this. It's probably about an equal amount of work, but it's also a lot of money. Not like a ton of money, but you know, money. Money that I don't want to spend. So we're gonna give this a crack. Since I had to get, connectors and some ribbon cables, but that's nothing compared to filling out a DigiKey cart with, a whole bomb worth of stuff. Not to mention the 68,000 series UARTs. Dual UARTs are not actually very cheap because they're kind of specialized parts nowadays. They're not really super common anymore. I do have one of those, and I will be using it for this. But nah, it has to be a dual UART, like the one that's on this board. The one that's in USB to RS-232s are a different type of UART. Um, to actually do from RS-232 to USB. Um, that might be why this is called a dual UART. I don't actually know what the difference is. Um, but nah, the ones from TTL serial up to RS-232 serial are different, unfortunately. But once this gets wired up, I do have a USB um, RS-232 that I will plug into this wonderful thing. I'm essentially hijacking. Yeah, I don't know what that means, but that's what this is. That's what this lovely Philips chip is a dual UART, a dual UART. See my quotes. Um, yeah, I don't know exactly what the difference is, but that's what that is. Um, so yeah, I'm essentially hijacking this RS-232 port, and I'm using this dual UART to do it. Um, because when people started accessing these debug ports, the dual UARTs were already kind of on the way out. Um, most chips just have either either they have a UART integrated into them, and they do the logical conversion inside, or it's already on the board. That's what a lot of people are doing. A lot of components or appliances do is they put a dual UART on the board, or it's in the chip, or um, it uses I squared C or SPI or something like that. Um, that just doesn't have to do any of this crap. Um, this specific configuration is just not really very common anymore. Um, and that's, makes sense that this is an old way to do it because it's a bloody Motorola 68,000 CPU. It's like one of the most ancient microcontrollers on the earth. So it does it a little old-fashionedly. I'm gonna do the inside pins first, so I'm not having to cross over a bunch of stuff. Let's see here. B1. to 21. Well, let me have a think here. Let's think about which ones of these go to evens. A1 to 22. Can do that. Wait, A2 to 22. And what was the end goal for this? Yeah, so um, the end goal for this, so you can obviously, 90s oscilloscopes, all test equipment since essentially the dawn of time uses IEEE 488.2, otherwise known as GPIB serial interface to like communicate and configure the scopes, which is a pretty advanced low-level configuration for the scope, but a lot of these scopes, for whatever reason, don't expose direct NVRAM editing commands over GPIB. Mine, I can't get it to work over GPIB. Um, so there is a card edge service port for use by the manufacturer on the board that it hooks directly into the TTL serial lines on the 68,000 CPU, and you can send commands directly to the VxWorks operating system that runs on the 68,000 and directly modify NVRAM that way. Um, and then I'll be able to do specifically enable options on the scope that it did not come with, because I think it has enough memory to up the maximum number of points in maximum number of samples in a capture. And there's a couple other options as well, and I also want to back up the NVRAM over serial, and I can't get that to work over the regular serial, so I'm doing this super low level implementation um, instead. I have two scopes that this is compatible with, so I can do both um, and be able to talk directly to them and enable some options. Hopefully, I think at least one of them has the memory for a longer um, buffer. The memory actually installed on the board, so right. Exactly. Yeah, it's kind of a shit show out there. It's kind of a yeah, it's kind of a wild west depending on what you get. So yeah, I actually have custom excuse me. There's an open source project to make the serial adapters for this thing. This is my debug version, so it's got a bunch of wires hanging off of it for debugging. But this is the 488.2 GPIB plug. It's very SCSI-esque. It's very large, um, but it's just a very old-fashioned serial bus with a bunch of extra stuff for various assertion lines and whatnot. Um, and then there's this custom board. Um, this is a GitHub project. Um, and this one's really crusty. I didn't wipe all the flux off of it before I. There's supposed to be some 3D printed cases um, for these that I haven't put them in, but yeah, this one's kind of crusty. This is my debug version. It's my QA tracking for this specific one. But yeah, I had to put this whole bloody thing together. It's got a Atmel controller on there, a Mega 32, little clock chip, some LEDs, button, USB port, the whole deal. It's got I think this is SPI. I can't remember. This is either SPI or I squared C for programming the Atmel chip on here, and it works pretty good. But it's not fully compliant with the standard, so I think that might be part of why it's not able to talk exactly and like do exactly what I need it to do. They're able to talk, but not 100% reliably. So why I ended up doing this. But yeah, these things are cool. I have another one. I have the boards and stuff for to make like 5 of them, which is way cheaper than the official ones. And there's another Atmel actually taped to my thing over here. Um, should have bought an Agilent one for $1,500 to integrate one instrument. No kidding. The real stuff, I mean, and even with that interface adapter I was talking about, like the real ones are like $100. And but they really do, depending on exactly um, what instrument you're trying to integrate with. But most of them are pretty cross compatible. The factory ones work really well, but their software support's terrible because they're made for super old um, instruments and computers. And so I didn't have the money for it. Didn't buy one. Built my own. Got what I paid for. Works all right, but just not completely compatible. It's funny you mentioned that because the scope I just got is actually an Agilent scope. Um, it's a 600 megahertz, 4 gigasample scope. It's actually a military surplus scope. It's an M series. It's very, very nice. I like it a lot. You know what? I'm gonna test this before I start layering stuff on top of it. Oh, my probes are unplugged. Okay, let me see here. Let's obviously make sure that's not shorted. It is not. And this actually needs to be linked up with its friend. I mean, frankly, that's kind of all that matters. But I will go ahead and plug my friend in and actually test the connections here. I love Agilent stuff. I love HP, old HP test equipment, obviously, like everybody. Um, but the HP legendary descendants are good enough for me as well. They're very, very cool. If I had the money, man, I'd have a Keysight freaking super badass scope and wouldn't have to scrounge and go make offers on eBay and stuff. But I'll take an Agilent. I have the two Tectronic scopes, which I used to Tectronic scope at school. Hierarchy, obviously, I'm sure you probably know, goes Agilent, Tektronix. I mean, this is a matter of opinion, but as far as I'm concerned, goes Agilent, Tektronix, and then everybody else. Roden Schwartz is up there too. They're kind of different, but no kidding. I've been tempted to get one. Um, Even a portable something or other too. Software matters a big freaking heap ton. That's why I really haven't gotten one, is because if I was gonna get one, it'd have to be brand new and it'd be a lot of money, and it'd have to be from a good reputable company, because there's I don't want the software to be garbage. So I'd end up spending like a grand on one just for the stuff that I want. When I get the money, I'll probably. That's what I hear. That's what I hear. I really ought to get one. When I get the money for like a regular oscilloscope, I'll get a Rigel. I'll get a Rigel, whatever the new one they just came out with that's super sleek. Swap this over. Yeah, tech is fucking weird nowadays, man. They're not really pleasing me in latest times. Their business practices are kind of pissing me off. They fucking axed their old forums a while ago. They just completely wiped them out. Like the only, it's all archive.org now. It's all just the crawled threads and stuff. You just have to search the web archive. It's fucking bullshit. I don't really like that shit when people do that. It's annoying. Oh, I forgot I have to flip this thing upside down. Yeah, if one more company moves their goddamn software to the cloud, I'm gonna freak out. Just let me run it on premise, dude. Just let me install it. I'm tired of your garbage. Okay, let's take a look. See here. Oh, my bloody things are loose again. Let me think here. I think this is laid out the same way, so this should be 25, 23, 21, 19, 19. No? Upside down? What? What's happening? Oh, wrong connector, dumbass. I was wondering why it was offset. Yeah, no kidding. I just can't. I just can't with those business practices anymore. It's just so annoying. Like, don't you care? Don't you give a flying fuck about anybody other than your bottom line? Like, these are the kind of, especially in test equipment and stuff like that. Like, these are the kind of people that are gonna just not like you. They're gonna have a personal vendetta against you and not buy your stuff, not have anything to do with you just because you axed their old forums, something like that, or moved something to the cloud. Like, they're gonna not fuck with you anymore. You gotta be careful. Oh, I didn't bridge that. I gotta bridge that. What the hell? Okay. What? What is going on? What specifically about Arduino? Just in general, or is that a sarcastic remark? I bought a new Uno the other day. Man, what the hell? Oh, I did not realize that. Is that as hellish as I imagine it's going to be? Question is, who were they bought by? That would make sense why that's not connected. Probably some freaking Chinese shell corp as usual. Qualcomm, god damn it. I mean, it's better. It's better than some Chinese shell corp, but not by much. Ugh. I qual. I guess that. I guess it could be worse. It could be Broadcom. Broadcom could buy your company. Fucking Broadcom. Hey, Broadcom. Broadcom bought a bunch of people. You can't download shit. Oh, absolutely not. I mean, I guess we'll see. I guess it remains to be seen. Maybe I'm speaking too soon, but I can't imagine that's gonna be great. Yes, I don't suspect that's going to go over very well. But I don't know. Give them the benefit of the doubt, I guess. Oh, oops. Good thing I'm testing this. I really should be using ceramics for this, but I don't want to hunt them down right now, so. Oh, I gotta flux this thing. Flux time! Let me goop some flux on here real quick. Bonk. Get my tweezers all goopy now. Come on. Come on out, you little rascal. Oh, there she comes. Oh, no wonder it's so hard to pull out. I didn't trim it. Oopsies. Okay, let's fix that. That is supposed to go 1 over. That's supposed to go right here. This is why we verify. Because that was a 5-volt short. Well, not a 5-volt short to ground, but a data line. Good grief. And I accidentally melted the crap out of that. Out of my ground wire. Just clean that up. Not making it much better, am I? Oopsies. Oh, okay, still no short to ground. Should really be doing this testing post cleaning, but okay. Make sure that's actually correct. Oh, 10. 1, 2. Wait. No, that was right. Damn it. Like, consult the documentation before you make corrections. make me freaking... There we go. Cool. Okay. So that is 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 24. Bloody hell. Let's do this again. 10, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. Cool. 24. Cool. Should we get bus voltage? Cool. Okay, so ground again. 26 ground and 25, 23, 21, 19 ground. Ground anything else? Ground anything else? Cool, that looks good. I said I was gonna make that 5 volt. Yeah, 5 volt. Okay. Excuse me. B6. That's B6. B6. How is that short? Well, it's not gonna be. I'm gonna make it fit. This is gonna hurt. Okay. Grr. You are not wrong in the slightest, but they wouldn't have even have reviewed it yet, much less shipped it to me. I'm impatient. Best part is I don't even have to draw it in KiCad because it's already been done for me. It's already been drawn in KiCad by somebody else, and I may very well order it at some point. You should have seen some of the abominations some other people put together to do this. So alrighty. Oh, I need to connect this up here. Bloody hell! Come on. Alright, well, it's just gonna wobble a little bit. Oh, let me see here. That's not because that's not even bridged. There we go. Cool. Let's test all the way through. So that's 5 volts. That is the wrong pin. 5 volts all the way through. And that ground all the way through. Cool. Alright. Well, time for the fun stuff. This is undoubtedly going to be a spaghetti monster by the time I am done. But you know what? Man can dream about it not being a spaghetti monster. And I'm going to save myself a lot of trouble. I am going to use really long lengths, like you said. Because when I inevitably have to debug this, I don't want to have to dig underneath all of this. That would be a nightmare. That's not going to work. I'm just going to have to resolder that. Yeah, didn't think you needed to hear my lip smacking. Trying to pick all the pieces of food out of my teeth. This is interesting for sure. If I keep my eyes dotted here, I might pull this off. Okay, I'm officially melting more PVC than I am solder because of various oversights in the way I'm doing this. Rectifiable, rectifiable oversights. I am gonna need more flux in just a second. Um, so what I should be doing, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pull these out, pull all these out, even the ones that are kind of fine where they are. But just for my sanity, I'm gonna remove everything. Here's what I'm gonna do. Come on, bastard. I do need more flux. Yeah, it's they're definitely good for me. I like them a lot. That and flux. My lungs feel great. They make my lungs just sing. I already sound like I on my last PVC huff here. What the hell is wrong with this goddamn chipquik? Not only does the freaking like plunger thingy not actually stay in it, but it's leaking flux around the backstop because of the needle that I have a needle tip on it, and the back pressure is insane apparently. Maybe I'm pushing it unevenly because the damn thing isn't staying in there. Take a short intermission from soldering to rectify my situation with the damn chipquik. Clean out the flux that's in there. Probably not even all of it, but it'll do. The part that I need to attach it to is fine. Let's see here. I was going to open up some E6000, stick the plunger on that way, but that's going to take too long here, so for right this very minute, we'll heat up the hot glue gun. No, I was talking about the bloody chipquik tube. I think I'm just pushing on it unevenly. So I'm gonna stick the plunger on there. We'll just wait for that there to heat up over yonder somewhere where it's not gonna catch anything on fire. There we go. Finish taking out all these for now. I'm gonna lay these out in a very need some sauce. There we go. It's a Rossman level there. There we go. I don't have to lift any pads here. Well, didn't mean to do that, but I don't think I lifted any pads. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna lay these things out a little better here. I'm gonna start by soldering these in, getting them ready to go, just on the one end. Ow, it's already getting very hot. These are all actually going to have to be even longer. Ow. I end up breaking stuff. Yeah, I kind of do. Problem is, I don't actually know where my other one is that's the size up from this. It's not in my holder. So this is going to have to suffice for right this very moment. So my main limiting factor here is getting the iron actually into all these little things once the wires start building up. So what I'm going to do, number one, I'm going to tin all these pads. Yeah, this isn't quite a micro pencil. This obviously isn't a flat one anyways. My flat one's a little crusty right now, but this one is a bloody macro pencil. It's a huge chisel. I don't really have a lot of really small ones. I need like the pointy one that's just a size up from this one, but I don't know where it is. But I'm gonna tin all these right now, and I'm gonna start putting wires in them, just pointing straight up, and then I won't have to get in there as often. I'm gonna have to be very strategic about the order that I solder these in, so I don't box myself in there. That's what I'm gonna end up having to. That's what I'm gonna end up doing here. Just kind of glomping it on there. This stuff is not good for you. I need fume extraction, but I don't have any. That's why it has that little GHS mark on it. And that is also why the solder has that little GHS mark on it. That's actually not for the lead. That is for the flux. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm going to do for all of these. First, I'm going to cut a bunch of matching length sections so that this doesn't end up being super gross. Matching length sections that are definitely long enough for each connection. Only bad in California, no kidding. That stuff is P65 out the ass. Yeah, that's how you know it's actually bad, not just in California, is when they put a GHS pictogram on there telling you like you're gonna get cancer from this. Because that means it's not just the state of California. that identifies it as harmful. It means that the entire world thinks that it's bad for you, or that it could be potentially harmful. I frankly am not concerned unless there is a GHS pictogram on there that tells me that I'm going to get cancer. And then I might. Then I might care. Every once in a while I'll pull the data sheet and be like, well, let's see. Let's see what this stuff's really made out of. Let's see how many of these things I got here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. I need a couple more. Alright, I think I got enough. Nice big bundle of sticks here. Pretty much. That's kind of the deal. I'm not super great at it, but it is only lead after all. So if it was something more dangerous, I think I'd be a little more careful. I don't actually remember what the last thing I worked on that was worked with that was that dangerous. Definitely worked with some bad shit before, but nothing like mercury, dimethyl mercury bad or something like that. Something nightmarish. Never seen any asbestos. Thank goodness. If the unleaded crap, yeah, for work I would assume. Kind of a no-no. Use that stuff in manufacturing. I don't touch it. I have some, but I don't fuck with that stuff. It's garbage. Yeah, no kidding. That must be a pain in the ass. I've looked at that list, that big ass list that they've got. It's interesting. I only see its mark every single freaking day. You know, like on my wire. ROHS Stuff's even UL. Damn near everything I have is ROHS. I don't think this is ROHS. Oh, there it is. Yeah, well, pretty much everything out there nowadays. ROHS of some sort. I'm sure this is marked inside. Hell, this thing might predate ROHS, but I'm not sure. It might. I don't. I don't see the mark. Made in USA. Shit, that's a weird one. That might be pre. Good for me. No one cares or measures it? Interesting. I don't know much about its enforcement. I just know it's bloody everywhere. Yeah, no kidding. I love me some UL ratings. Are you shitting me? I love UL ratings. It's the number one thing I look for. I mean, especially in stuff like, you know, tool batteries. If your tool battery isn't UL safety, I don't want it. This is too close to the camera, but if your tool battery isn't UL safety, I don't want it. That many cells, man? Nah. I want my UL safety. Not even just regular UL. UL safety. You're damn right. Yeah. I'll take Intertech only on my Harbor Freight tools. That's the only thing. I'm buying Harbor Freight, but I don't buy battery powered tools at Harbor Freight anyways. So I've got some Intertech shit floating around. I think this rework station's Intertech, which type? What do you get? What ULs? Yeah, I've honestly even I've been hearing about it. How fucking expensive that shit is. That's why I say good mark of even overall quality because got pay a pretty penny. All the good shit's got it. Yeah, all my chargers, my batteries, better have UL. And I check too. See if it's a fucking bogus mark. The big thing in my specific industry is power supplies and cabling. cabling is a big one, especially for low voltage fire alarm shit. Yeah, Intertech is a bargain. Fucking everywhere. You can literally get an Intertech mark like pretty much on anything you want. It's definitely not as good, but it's better than nothing. Really? To satisfy Intertech, huh? Interesting. Well, I I'm glad they're doing the job. I mean, I don't recall carbon fiber being a huge flammability concern, but sounds like they're testing it. I don't know what they're trying to burn it with, but I guess they got an oxygen-rich environment over there at Intertech. Yeah, I don't recall carbon fiber being a huge flammability concern. Sounds like they found a way, huh? Interesting. Had to switch carbon fiber suppliers for flammability concerns. That's a new one. Like to see that test set up. They say, yeah, well, if there's ammonium perchlorate near your carbon fiber, it's really flammable beyond our safety rating. Yeah, I wonder why, guys. It's good to know that they actually do something. It's not just a certification mill. I didn't think that they were. I just didn't think that they were probably nearly as stringent as UL. If I can help it, I only buy low voltage cabling that has the not even just UL, like a UL mark, but a UL serialized mark, the shiny sticker with the lot number. Because fucking, especially in cabling, man, people would be pulling some funny business, real funny business. Oh, it's a big market. Easy to make a big counterfeit business. Especially if it's like fire alarm cabling or something. Good gosh, you get caught with non-UL non-UL rated fire alarm cable. You go to jail if something happens. You go to jail. Somebody gets hurt because you fucking use some knockoff single pair. You're in big trouble. Alright, well, time for the circus act. Holy shit. It's gonna be wild. Oh, let's go top to bottom here. B1 to 21. B1, 21 is gonna be hiding all the way over in some bullshit. 25, 23, 21. B2, 25. B3, oh, not connected. Alrighty then. Bend that out of the way. B4, 15. something reasonable here. 23, 21, 19, 17, 15. Shit, 25, 23, 21, 19, 17, 15. Crank this way up out of the way. Whoa there, Nelly. Because I'm gonna have to get in there. Okay, that was B4, B5 to 12. That is, that's 15, that's 13, 12, let me count it. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Oh, this is fucking impossible. 2, 4, 6, 8. Oh, interesting. Okay, we'll do that one later. Yeah, no kidding. You're telling me. It's still gonna be a huge pain, but I think it might be doable. This is turning into the most PVC inhaled in a single sitting world record. Oh, you bumbling fucking idiot. Wrong one. It's not even good PVC, it's just scotch tape. It's gross. Scotch is way too healthy. I know I should be heating this stuff up to 9,000 degrees or however what temperature it takes to melt. Sucking on that. Okay, let's focus on this side for right now. That is A 10, 9, 8, 7 through 5. So I think these ones are gonna have to come out. Because the way I put these in, only a certain row is actually in there. It's not the row that's going to be easy to do. Because I think it goes the other way around. So A7 is 4, and that's this guy. No, that's this guy. We got 10, 9, 8, 7. Some more solder. Okay, A6 is 8. That's 2, 4, 6, 8. Be a fucking miracle if this works. And then A5 is 16, which is all the way over here. 26, 24. Motherfucker. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. 26, 24, 22, 20, 18, 16. Is this blue one? This is wild. This is one of those things where it feels like somehow every alternative to the method I could be doing right now would be better. But this is the road this is the path we're on. No use in bitching about it now. I can feel my fucking liver shutting down from the scotch. Okay. Let's see where the rest of these bitches gotta end up here. These all look like B-side connectors. I haven't done any B-sides yet. Let's see. This is 26, 24, 22. 22 goes to A2. Wait, what? Uh, am I dumb? What is happening? Okay, let me just go down the list here. B1. Oh, wait, what? Oh. Oops. Oh, I know. Like I said, I'm impatient. I probably will order the PCB, but it's gonna take a couple weeks. just made a very small, definitely correctable clerical error. In a bunch of different places. So don't you worry. I never said this was going to be a productive soldering and board assembly stream. Oh, you fucking bastard. Oh. I'm funny. I'm a funny fucking guy. Oh. I'm not even gonna explain what I'm doing. You're just gonna have to figure out what I fucked up by watching. Cause I fucking, I'm beside myself right now. All I will say is I made a large, you'd be surprised. These pads are fucking tough. I don't know how they're doing this, and I'm not gonna say too much because I want to fuck my chances up here. But so far, by the grace of whoever made this board, they're hanging on. I say that with the utmost respect for this board because I don't want to take my chances even further here. All I'm gonna say about what I fucked up is I made a repeated and systematic fuck up in interpreting the wiring plot for what I needed to do. Before I go any further, I'm going to make sure that I'm correcting it correctly. B1, 21, B2, 25, B4, 15, 25, 23, 21, 19, 17, 15. Cool. B5 to 12. Hey, if this works, I'm very well versed in this specific application. Thankfully, I did not make the same repeated and systematic fuck up when doing the ground and power planes, so I don't have to do those again. Because if that was the case, I would have ended the stream. That would have been it. 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, two, three, 4, 5. Okay, I didn't make this same repeated systematic fuck up. I made a very much slightly not as bad fuck up. The continuity test is going to be absolutely bonkers. Come off there, you little jackass. Dude, I don't know what they did. It is a seriously, like, I should have ripped pads off this board a minute ago. They could be ferals, man. They could be ferals. Like, they very well could be, because this is intended to be a reusable board. They're either ferals or, I don't know, they look too uneven to be ferals. So I think they might just be, like, completely plated, because they're plated all the way through. So I think they might just be plated all the way through and they're not actually pads, which is saving my ass right now. Big time. Because apparently I'm an idiot. Apparently this is news to me. It shouldn't. Whatever they did, shout outs to those guys. Because it's coming in clutch. If this was a normal board, I would have been done 4 hours ago. Okay, I'm gonna stop and I'm gonna take stock of what exactly is going on here before I do anything else that I have to inevitably go back and change. Because I'm tired of doing that. Okay, let's check the fucking power. B6, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's connected to 5 volts, this rail to that rail, over to 24, 22, 20, 18, 16. No. Okay, good. 18, 16, 14, 12, 10. Okay, that looks good. Ground is alpha 8 over there. To 26 and 25, 23, 21, 19. Okay, Jesus. It's that stupid fucking A-B pinout that this guy did on this goddamn thing. It's fucking me right up. It's really making me fuck this shit up bad. Okay, B7 to 6. Let's check those now. So this is B1. B1 and is going over to 22. Wait, what? No, 21. Okay, cool. 25, 23, 21. Okay, B2 is going over to 25. Cool. B3 is not connected. Green. B4 is going over to 25, 23, 21, 19, 17, 15. Cool. B. That was B4. B5 is going over to 26, 22, 20, 18, 16, 14. What? 26, 24, 22, 20, 18, 16. Am I dense? 26, 24, 22, 20, 18, 16 to B5. That should be 12. Okay, good thing I checked. Because apparently I'm an idiot. The continuity test on this thing is going to be a goddamn Christmas tree. I'm probably not even going to get to do it tonight. Because I'm supposed to do a GTA heist later. With the homie. Oh my good grief. Okay, B5 is now going to 26, 24, 22, 20, 18, 16, 14, 12. Cool. B7 is going to 2, 4, 6, 8. Wait, what? 2, 4, 6, 8. You dumbass. It's supposed to be 6. I can't count. Cannot count for shit. Certified. There was an industry certification for not being able to count. Because I'd have that expert level shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Going to 6. Right? Yeah, okay. B8. Okay, we're in uncharted waters now. Should be 2. And this is B8. B9, B, okay. Let's get in there and bridge that before I dig through the rest of this freaking thing. Okay, so that is B8 going to 2. Beautiful. B9 should be going to 7. 1, 3, 5. Point and stick. 1, 3, 1, 3, 5, 7. Okay then. One, 3, 5, 7. Okay. B10 goes to 3. Okay, so we've got B9 going to 1, 3, 5, 7. Cool. You got B10 going to 1, 3. You're shitting me. What is happening? I am safe from ever being an accountant. So safe. B9. Wait. No, B9's good. B10. 3. Okay, so where does this one go? 5? Who is 5? A9. Fuck. Oh, this is a lefty moment. There's not enough solder on that. It'll do. I'm about to get ambidextrous with this thing real quick. Goddamn. Okay. Where's 23? 23 has no wire. Good. "23 to A freaking 1, you dumbass." Okay. A2 to 20 freaking 2. Where are you? 26, 24, 22. Am I good? What happened to my brain to make me do these things? 26? Oh, okay. Had me tripping for a second. Holy shit. Boy, howdy. Alrighty. I don't know what dementia feels like, but this seems like a likely candidate. This is not strictly necessary. Just go in there. I'm having enough trouble as it is. Would you just come in break here? Just go in the Just go in the fucking hole. I have no concept of where the hole even is at this point. Oh, I got it. Joyous occasion. Okay. A3 to 13. 25, 23, 21, 19, 17, 15, 13. Unbelievable. A4. To 17. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. A4 to 17. Seventeen. 25. Wait, no. 25. 23. 21. 19. 17. Oh, brother. I'm gonna crash out. Okay, that looks... looks pretty connected to me. Okay. I don't even know which one that was. It was A3. Gotta take my own word for that. No, that was A4. Okay. A5 to 16, 26, 24, 22, 20, 18, 16. Oh, you're shitting me. Okay, A6. Twenty-six, 24, 22, 20, 18. 18's not on this list. Uh-huh. There's no 18. Okay, because 18 is not a thing. About 14. 14's also not a thing. Okay. Well, supposedly they are all wired. for whatever that's worth. Guess let me go in and add all the bridges I completely forgot to add.